I'm not sure that's a great idea either. Good. So this talk is also known as the Barbenheimer talk. I'm Barbie. The new pink is orange. Orange is the new pink. Sorry, Louisa. Jam is playing the role of Oppenheimer in this amazing 3-act stage play. And the whole thing behind this, the story behind the story behind the story behind, is that both Jam and I have been doing presentations about the same topic, but in very different ways. And what we did was we took my Barbie slides, the pink and, you know, no stairs because you can float down from second floor, you know, those kind of slides, and combine them with Jam's amazing slide stack with all of the really serious stuff, right?
I'm the serious guy.
He's the serious guy. Serious black? Possibly.
Are we getting feedback?
There's a little bit of feedback.
Okay.
So we'll stay at the back of the room. Yeah. Keep away from the speakers.
Yes. So.
Can you hear me?
Right. So we have until the top of the hour, we have 70 slides to get through, so no messing around. The very quick introduction, my name is Jam. I work at a company called Open Strategy Partners. We do communication for agencies and technology companies, and I have a long and deep open source background going back to 2005, and very, very happily part of the Typo 3 community, and very happy to be here with you today.
That's me. I'm Mathias Bolt Lesniak. I am, well, you can click, yeah. I'm from outside of Oslo. I have a wife and 2 kids. I started with Typo 3 in 2003. You've probably heard it, but I think that's really important because I crashed my first Typo 3 installation, and that is something everybody does. Even if you've been in Typo 3 for 20 years, yeah, you started out crashing your first installation, right? And I'm a member of the Typo 3 Association board. I'm not going for re-election this year because I've also become a Typo 3 project ambassador. And we've been doing this talk around the world at different places in the Americas and the Belgiums and different countries. And people always ask then, you know, what is Typo 3?
So pretend you're at a Drupal camp. Go.
Exactly. And I tell people that, well, Typo 3 is this thing, you know, and Typo 3 is known as having a PHP base. Wow, it's based on PHP. It's free and open source. It's community driven. Yes, it's driven by people like you. And it's backed by an association, and last but not least, it's also got a long history, and people from Drupal says, yeah, that's the same thing for Drupal, we do the same kind of stuff. And then I say yes, because if you look under the surface, we are quite similar. We are actually, oh, the clicker works. We can click. It's actually so that if you look at the core of Drupal, the Drupal core has 54 composer dependencies. Typo 3, on the other hand, has 98. We think a bit differently about what should actually be in the core, but that's a different story. But if you look at those dependencies, 33 of those are in common. So 2/3 of the core dependencies of Drupal are also in Typo 3. Wow. But when you look at these common open source CMSs, what do we mostly do when we talk about them? Well, we talk each other down. We're really good at talking. Yeah, come over here. We'll take that outside. And we say, oh, they've got security problems. Oh, they're complex. Oh, they're too easy. But we're really quite the same, and we have much, much bigger problems. We've joined together in the Open Website Alliance that I can talk more about tomorrow. But why are we here, Jan?
Well, I want to stop there. I want to praise you for a minute, even though you tried to avoid it. Mathias was instrumental in kicking off the Open Website Alliance, which officially started at FOSDEM in Brussels a few weeks ago. And at the board senior leadership level of Drupal WordPress, Joomla, and Typo3, they've reached an agreement to promote the open web together. And and I was very privileged to be invited to host the room at FOSDEM and to help with some of the initial communications. And there's a huge potential for us to learn to work together, to do marketing together, and to become perhaps some of the answer to the questions that Mathias and I have been asking over the last year, right? So the premise, so what we're going to talk about in the next half an hour is, let's remember what open source is and what the most important part of it is, how that applies in a completely pragmatic way to business and real-world issues, and then how that same pragmatic value turns into world-changing, incredible potential.
The Barbie stuff.
Yeah. So, a year and a bit ago, he sent me a link, which really upset me. I was on the team that pitched in and eventually got the Australian government on an open source, centralized, centrally serviced platform. In the capital city of Canberra at the time, there were 334 different CMSs in use in the Australian government. We did a ton of work, we did a ton of, and it's a great project. It's a real carrot, not stick thing. There's support offerings. There's a huge amount of employment in this open source site building and maintaining system. The whole federal government runs on it. Some number of three state governments run on it. One of the government's biggest critics in the world, who makes a lot of noise and yells a lot, uses the same open source distribution to run his website as the system that he's criticizing, which is, you know, how awesome is open source? Adobe got the right meeting and said, you all need a digital experience platform. And a digital experience platform, you can't do that on that dumb, or that, do you have that? Do you have personalization? Like, we don't have that on ours. Could you please help us? And they spent 36 million Australian dollars, and I think another up to about 63 million in the end, paying Adobe to prototype a digital experience platform with privatization, which was illegal under Australian law because the data retention doesn't provide for that on those platforms.
Fantastic.
Yeah, I got very upset. We've been complacent. We've been sitting around. We won, right? Thank you, beach.
We had to have a beach photo.
Yeah. Year 2001, it wasn't clear that we would all be, how many of you in the room make your living from open source software? I mean, basically everybody, right? Yeah. So, I don't know. I don't think it's destroyed the intellectual property business. Interestingly, Microsoft is a huge player in open source now. A very good friend of mine works there, and his job is purely open source and requires him to contribute, which is awesome. So last January, we kicked off this project. We went around the world, frankly. I did a BOF about it here last year, like talking about this topic and this problem and what could we do. And we developed 2 different presentations.
I did mine in New Zealand.
And now we have smashed those two presentations together, and basically, you know, we've forgotten what is special about open source because we've been so busy succeeding. And not only have we forgotten what makes us so weird and different, but we've forgotten to tell people. And every year, every day, probably new people come in and they have to make technology choices. What am I going to study? What am I going to learn? How's my career going to be? How do I set up something for my department? And we need to tell people about what we do every day as well. So that's the big call to action.
Yeah,
right?
we thought we had gotten to the finish line, but it was one round left.
Yeah. So, open source is a bunch of things. For one, it's freedom.
It is, absolutely. Freedom. I mean, that's what we've been enjoying, right? We've been leaning back and thinking, well, you know, this is cool, free beer. Ah, that's nice. Well, open source is also free speech, by the way. It's your ability to express yourself without anyone really holding you back. It's also the power of choice. You can choose how you want things to work. You can choose what you want to work with. You have amazing possibilities with open source that you basically don't have with other types of software. Gingerbread boy. I love this slide. Do you know the story of the gingerbread boy, the fairy tale? Cool, that means I can tell it. Because, you know, the gingerbread boy is the story of these two people, a man and a wife, and they live together out in the forest, and they don't have a child. We don't know why. Maybe they don't know how to make it. Maybe they, you know, have other issues. But one day, the wife gets the fantastic idea to, you know, we'll just bake a boy, and that will solve our problem. They do that, put the gingerbread boy in the oven, but lo and behold, when they open the oven, the gingerbread boy is alive, and he springs out of the oven, and he runs out the door, and he experiences heaps of fun stuff. And that is how it works with open source as well. When, you know, some programmer sits there and scratches his or her own itch and, you know, solves problems, and then publishes open source, something really magic happens. And that is, well, the project starts doing stuff by itself. People start contributing. You know, there's something happening in there with open source. But, you know, the end of the gingerbread boy story is really terrible. He gets eaten by the fox, right? And that tells us something else about open source. It's not just about participation and stuff like that. It's also about Poppy. Yup, it's about Poppy. We have to care for our open source projects. Everyone has a responsibility to make sure our Poppy survives. Open source is not only freedom, it is responsibility as well. Jam.
Right. So with all of that in place, I want to rewind to the most basic, to the fundamental level of what we're dealing with. And I have used this to help a lot of people sell a lot of projects. We generally agree that we have 4 freedoms as the base for open source practice. There are differing definitions out there, but fundamentally, we are free to use open source software for anything. The government critic is allowed to use the government distribution, open source software distribution, to criticize the government, for example, and that's fine. We're allowed to look at the code and study it and understand it and get any help we need to decide if it's good enough, secure enough, fast enough, appropriate for what we want to do with it. We're allowed to take it wherever it is, make changes until it is exactly what we need, right? Within our own abilities or our budget, right? And then what makes this a virtuous circle is that we can create that perfect solution for running a government department or a dentist office or a golf club and give that or sell that to someone else. And as soon as we can give it to someone else, you know, a bunch of us in the early 2000s realized, hey, well, you know, if I fix this, you don't have to fix this, and if I put that in the middle, and then you look at it, you get something back better, and then you've put your best idea in, and then we all put our best ideas together. We don't have to reinvent the wheel. We get better and better software for free. And this genuine, enlightened self-interest has created these incredible professional communities of practice around the world, cross-border, cross-discipline, right? So this is already a superpower. This cycle is incredibly powerful for us. And it lets us do pitches where we say, hey, if you're gonna spend €1 million on a project, spend €1 million on features and functionality that Typo 3 doesn't have in it yet, that Drupal doesn't have in it yet, that whatever you're solving doesn't have in it yet. So, classic example, used it in a lot of sales slides. If you don't have a license fee of 30 money, then you can get a better UX experience, you can get a better implementation, you can add more features, you could do more testing. You get a better project for the same budget.
And 30 money can be quite a lot of cash.
30 money, I'm gonna be talking about the money. Right, so then we can talk about the difference between a proprietary project and an open source project in a completely pragmatic way. We can't sell our projects that they're free. We can't sell open source software that it's free. We have to set expectations properly. Every IT project has a lot of costs. And we, as IT professionals, we need to pay our rent too, and we're not cheap. So we have all of those costs in common. Then, if I have to ask permission to use your product and pay per seat to see if it's gonna work for me, because I don't even know what I'm already paying, instead of that, with open source, I can invest in the team, I can test, right? What is it gonna cost me? A developer in 2 weeks' time, right? To test whether it's gonna be there. I can invest in better training, I can invest only in the features I need. The right color of blue for my logo, the right corners on my buttons, whatever it is.
The important stuff.
Right. Now, this next point becomes super important in a couple slides later. In Düsseldorf, there are how many Typo 3 agencies? I used to know. It's hundreds of Typo 3 agencies just in Düsseldorf, right? And across Central Europe, and depending on what technology and where you are in what market, choosing an open source software that's supported in your local region allows you to have an incredible diversity of offerings and possibilities and collaborations and cooperations, and not just work with Microsoft or Oracle or whomever. If you're doing your own implementation, you get to own the data, plan your software where you need it, and do the things you need when you need them. It's a super easy, pragmatic set of decisions to be in control of the infrastructure that you're relying on to support your business. The security question still comes up. People still don't, it's counterintuitive, right? But like, yes, it's secure. Yes, you can see my code. Encryption is a thing, and so on. But the more transparent we are about the inner workings of our stuff, the better the chance is that it is going to be safe and secure. And major open source projects like Typo 3, like Drupal, and a few others have been used by so many governments and enterprises that practically by definition, there's a security expert looking at it right now, doing pen testing right now. Our code base in Typo 3 is extraordinarily resilient and extraordinarily secure.
And the really interesting thing is that these guys with the eagle there and the stars, they have done that themselves previously. There's, the Open Skies Agreement between the Soviet Union and the United States. That was all about, well, place your planes out there so we can see them with our satellites. That's the way to create trust and security, that everyone can actually see how many weapons you have. Well, that is exactly the same thing as we do. You don't get better by hiding something.
So, my dad used to tell a story, and we're not in the restaurant business. I don't know why he told this story, but he would say, you gotta own the bricks. You rent a place in a good location, you open your restaurant in it, you're a good cook, people start to come, people walk past, they notice it, they smell it, they start eating there, you get more and more bookings, you're full all the time, you're working great. Your landlord comes by to eat every now and then, and you know, a year into your business, you're doing awesome. And your landlord stops by and he says, I love your fajitas. This place is so, so great, and you're doing great. I'm doubling your rent.
Yippee.
And if you're in the restaurant business, location is almost literally everything. And you've built up this whole reputation and these reviews and all, you're on the maps and everything. What you have no choice, right? Now, this is the same thing if you build your business, you build your government infrastructure on software that you don't own and control. I don't want my government putting our infrastructure with my tax money into other countries and infrastructure that they can't control and update. And in an incredible stroke of irony, reality, just in the last couple of weeks, is proving us right.
Haha.
Firstly, in Denmark.
Yeah, we translated this title very nicely, but basically, yes, municipalities are seeing their costs soar, and somehow they don't know how to get out of that vicious circle. Libraries are a non-profit, right? Yeah, they are. They don't sell books. They give it all back to the readers, that kind of stuff. Well, not to Microsoft. In a municipality city in Denmark, they have now been told that, well, Microsoft does no longer see libraries as non-profit, so here you go, 40,000 euros more every year to pay your licenses. Fantastic. We love that.
Right, but
How do they get out of that?
Microsoft captured the library software market by giving them nonprofit pricing, essentially as good as for free, and now that everybody's locked into using that, they're like, by the way, we changed our mind. So, that's terrible. A friend of mine published this on LinkedIn a week ago, and this guy named Fred Play, he runs Platform SH, you might have heard of. Today marks a challenging moment for numerous e-commerce merchants. I know you can read this. Shopify, their chosen vendor, has just implemented a substantial price increase. I'm convinced that owning the code of your e-commerce store is crucial as opposed to merely renting it from a SaaS or low-code provider. Shopify has substantially increased its pricing today, a staggering 60% surge in the variable fee, a 25% uptick in the fixed monthly fee, and a 33% spike in Shopify payments. Even better, if you're doing B2B payments, Shopify's increased its take of the payment by 18%. So, that is super hard, which is why I say, you gotta own the bricks. There are, Magento Shopware, Ibexa, Drupal Commerce, et cetera, lots of other open source options that we should be using. Now, that's all the pragmatic stuff, business stuff. Back to Barbie. Back to the world of idealism.
Yeah, and I mean, listening to these stories, has open source won? Well, you might be doing your business on open source, but I can tell you if you go out there on the street and talk to normal people, well, not that you're not normal, but anyway, yep, Well, very often when it comes to procurement and software, we talk about the government, because the government is big and it has a lot of money, right? So it can move big stuff, like in Germany, or in Dutch municipalities. Very often you talk to politicians and they're on one of two sides. Either they say the government should do it all. Everything should be within the government, and the government should have full control all the time. If you go to the other side, they say, well, the government should be as small as possible and the public sector should do everything and control everything and be in power.
The private sector.
Well, both of these solutions are, per definition, proprietary. The government keeps it, or the private sector keeps it. What we are doing in open source is actually neither. We are contributing to what you could call civil society. Civil society is what happens with individuals when we get together as private people and do something great together, like a choir or a Rotary Club or something like that. It is the power of community. By involving civil society, the government and private sector can collaborate on creating great solutions by creating community. And by the way, in 2022, civil society won the Nobel Peace Prize. Yes, we're one of those people. This is an image I use a lot. It's a desert, if you don't know it. This, for me, is the example of proprietary software. It is a monoculture. It's just sand, right? It's only one way of doing things, and if you want to have water in this environment, and that is you need to know the guy who owns the watering hole, right? But that guy can choose at any moment to increase his prices. He can shut you out. He can do whatever he wants because he owns the watering hole. It is a situation based on dependency. It is, well, to draw the analogy, monotechnical. This, on the other hand, is the lovely jungle, where everyone exists all at the same time doing their stuff. But would any of this exist if everyone was fighting each other? No, it wouldn't. Everything works together. There is not so much a dependency, there is an interdependency between all of the plants. As soon as one plant takes over everything, it's a monoculture again, and we've got the problem, right? But we manage this. We survive because of collaboration. And back to the sand. What do you do with a desert if you want it to go away? Sand just, runs between your fingers. What do? Do you, buy a spade and you shovel it away? No, what do? You plant trees, right? It's not only the roots that holds the sand together, but it creates a lot of organic living matter, life, community within the soil, and that holds the desert down, creates soil, makes everything livable again.
So I said I was going to talk about money again. Since we're on the topic of governments and doing better and being a society, there's a really interesting and weird side effect and superpower of open source as well. Classically, governments in the sort of countries that we have the privilege of living in and a society that we have being a part of, governments generally consider it their mission to make life better on average for all of us. And they have a lot of different ways they can do that. They can spend money on infrastructure. They can decide that bridging a river is important. Commerce and Tinder dates between the two sides will increase. Awesome. You spend $100 on that, it's done. It's quite clear that improving the health of a country's citizens makes that the outcomes in that country better. Interestingly, a lot of governments also choose to send vaccinations or medical help to other countries to increase, improve the conditions there, because the government thinks that perhaps they'll get less immigration, perhaps they'll get world peace, whatever it is. There are very good reasons to take care of other people in the world. You can spend $100 on that, it's a legitimate thing. Other countries decide to spend $100 on
fireworks,
making other places worse, which is, we could talk about that a lot. It's not that I like it or agree with it, but these are classical ways to spend $100 and then you spent it, there is an outcome that you might have predicted, and you move on. While those are all necessary, if you spend $100 creating government digital infrastructure, all of a sudden you've got some amazing powers. You can start to see, if I build that government department solution once and I make it great, and then another department uses it, and another department uses it, and another, the effective cost goes down and down and down for each implementation, and the effective value of what I've built goes up and up and up, and that's amazing. Digital infrastructure in open source gets more valuable every time someone else takes it and uses it. So this is an incredible alternative to think about, and it gives people employment, it keeps money in your local economy rather than sending it out to whomever. And we have an actual data set that shows that this is real and true. Before 2010, the UK government, back when they were part of Europe, the UK government in 2010 started on a digital transformation project. In 2010, this was the ICT, because the UK says that instead of IT. The ICT supplier map for the UK government was, you can pretty much see Reading, Brighton, London, and I don't know what that bit in the middle is, and that maps directly to Microsoft, IBM, Oracle, HP, and the usual players. That was the UK government's money, essentially sending hundreds of millions, if not billions of pounds to foreign companies to get their digital work done. In 2010, the UK government started this digital transformation process. It was large and complex. It involved changing procurement. It involved a whole number of things, but they did two things within a larger package. They said, for projects at a price point of £100 million or less, small and medium enterprises could bid on those projects. So all of a sudden, smaller companies could access government calls for projects. And they said, in the case of equal functionality, a preference will be given to open source solutions over proprietary solutions. That was the map in 2010. They did a pilot project, and then they rolled it out, and by 2014,
4 years later,
this was the supplier map in the UK, right? 4 years, a preference for open source and small business. All of that money, right? I don't know the actual number, but I imagine 80–90% of the money suddenly stayed in the economy, created jobs in the UK, created more opportunities for more people to have a better life. The best part, and weirdly, I find, is the 5 dots in Ireland, which is Europe. But anyway, it's not the UK. But still, great story.
yeah, maybe collaboration is happening. Community. Well, who knows? One dark and stormy night, the telephone rang at the Typo 3 office. We don't have that old telephones, but it's an illustrative photo, so don't think anything about our technology. It was the government of Rwanda. Have you heard this story before? They called and they said, we have 250 Typo 3 installations that we need to upgrade. Can you help us? And, well, how could we help them? Well, you know, we could have done like many do and just called up a large agency, maybe in Düsseldorf or somewhere else, and said, well, you know, you guys just take this on, earn some money on these Rwandans who called us. Is that the way we want to do it? And open source? Just put projects to one agency and say, well, you solve it, this is your problem. Well, you know, that's actually the way a lot of business happens when it goes to countries like Rwanda today. It's usually an established business that opens a local office, earn money, and then they just export the money, take it out of the country, right? They use closed solutions with nice stuff like vendor lock-in, and that creates financial dependence. So they earn money by creating dependence on others. Well, I've seen this before. I learned about this in school. It's called colonialist, and it is exploitative. That is not the way Typo 3 should do things, right? So we thought differently. We thought that, well, why can't we use our community? So we use our community to create independent local businesses in Rwanda that could serve their government. There's a report about it. You can use the QR code and read up on it later. But what happened was really, really amazing. And it ties up to all of the things that we have spoken about earlier today. This is how it looked. Individuals from Typo 3 agencies went to Rwanda and taught people at agencies and in government how to use Typo 3. And Typo 3 is open source, so they could build businesses on this. This is how it looks today. 350 websites. The goal is 500 run on Typo 3 in Rwanda, multilingual, multi-site. I think they have 4 different instances running Typo 3 for all of those sites, all managed within Rwanda by Rwandans for the Rwandan government. This is the very long newspaper title that I tried to come up with that encompasses everything that we did there. So we took a democratic and not-for-profit open source project, and we supported sustainable and independent local business. Yes, can you do that with proprietary software in the same way? I don't know. Jam.
Yeah. So the procurement people in the government just somehow didn't understand themselves what they were dealing with. I have some figures here. I know Sharon, who runs GovCMS in Australia. So as I said, there were 350 plus CMSs in Canberra alone before the implementation. Because of this installation, there is a vendor community and a market for software services that's developed in Australia. The people of Australia share the load and do the work. They share code with each other. They're saving something in the region of $100 million, Australian dollars a year, using open source instead of proprietary. It's probably a little bit more by now. The entire platform is open source. It's fully secured. It's fully cached. I was just looking. There's
But while he's looking, I can tell you, what happens when Australia adopts Adobe, right? They pay them millions, hundreds of millions of dollars over time. That money they send out of the country. They don't support their local business.
And the work doesn't have to get done in Australia.
Exactly.
And the taxes don't have to be paid in Australia.
But when you work with your government and you co-create a software together, you also create business opportunities for yourself, because you can take this open source software that nobody prevents you from using and use it for other projects as well. That is power. So this thing about locally led, non-exploitative and anti-colonial is something that also actually works everywhere, not just in developing countries, but in developed rich nations as well. But most importantly, what this does is that it develops community. And what is this community? Well, Jam.
We've talked today about the origins of who we are and what we do now. The freedoms and the responsibilities that we get having these wonderful toys and tools. We told you how easy it is to make really pragmatic explanations for business, financial, return on investment reasons to use open source software. Typo 3 is leading the world in delivering a new kind of international aid, which is incredible and empowering.
We just finished our proposal for Somalia, for example. We've been to Papua New Guinea. We're going to talk with Angola next.
It's pretty wild.
So this value of open source, doing open source, is more than just your business value. It does something to your society. Working together, solving problems together is building democracy, for example. It makes you better in other ways. Well, basically, it's peaceful coexistence. And these values that we are working with in open source, whenever you push code or you work together with somebody in Typo 3, those are democratic, peaceful values that we really need in the world today. Because yes, democratic values are under attack in the world today, and
Open source strengthens civil society that's standing behind and supporting it everywhere, including here.
So we'd really like everyone to sit back and remember how special we are and how weird some of this is, and it really needs explaining over and over again.
You don't learn open source in school. That's terrible.
Right. So,
How much time do we have? We're over time.
no, but
I was at an embassy. 5 minutes, see. We've got lots of time. And we've got 2 slides
I was
left.
trying to wrap up.
I was at an embassy, and I had a 45-minute appointment with a diplomat there to tell about Typo 3 and all the great stuff Typo 3 is doing in the global south, in Africa, other places. Of those 45 minutes, I spent 30 minutes trying to explain what open source is and why it's possible to run a business based on open source.
Yes, it's free. Yes, it's under your control. Yes, it's secure. Yes, we give away our best ideas. Yes, they come back better. No, really.
We have to talk to people about the bigger picture in
Right.
this. So,
You know, I have tens of thousands of friends sharing their smartest ideas with each other. Whether or not they're competing out in the world for projects and whatever, it doesn't matter. We get to do all of this together. We make each other better. We now need to look outwards and tell the world open source. Matthias and I envision a world where someone looking for a technology solution might decide, I am going to choose proprietary, fine, have a nice day. I'm going to choose open source. Great. Now, which project, which level of the stack, and just make that choice first and then go on a journey of discovery with us.
and if you know how good open source is, if you have to choose between open source and proprietary, and you're a government, what are you going to choose? Well, you're going to choose open source because it supports what you are, a good society for your citizens. I think that's pretty much it.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jam and Matthias, very much for your open and inspiration talk about open source. I think it's all up to us, all together, to spread that word all around, because I think we have still a lot of work to do. But this is a start. We're already on a journey worldwide. And thank you very much for that. Thank you very much for that as well. And happy to see you around.
Yeah, so, yeah, really glad to be here. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, everybody.
kun je wel, dat kun je op een goede manier doen, maar meestal doe je het niet.
Nee, het is gewoon heel veel zorgen. Je hebt freelancers, kleine agencies, dus 2, 3 mensen, snel websites gooien. Vaak van duur genoeg.
Ja, dus ja.
Het gaat ook wel met het gaan ook, want heel veel bereid is om gewoon weer de dingen zo natuurlijk niet zoveel te programmeren. Het is natuurlijk het spel wat er gemeen kan zijn, maar natuurlijk als je het eigen dingen dan moet je ook eerst weten hoe goed het is. Projecten overnomen die anderen gemaakt hebben, dan zie je wat daar bij elkaar gegooid wordt.
Heel vaak als je de WordPress ziet, is de mensen custom van Python en dan niet in het begin. Dat zie je heel vaak. Dat is gewoon echt. Dat is ook gewoon, dat komt niet meer goed dan.
Ik ben uit een design hebben, een ander theme installeren en nog iets anders functionaliteit. Theme erin geprogrammeerd is. Is er natuurlijk het systeem eigenlijk kan. Kijk eens aan. Wat anders. Het systeem dat functioneren werkt zo precies hetzelfde manier en zo'n dingen waarbij die het systeem eigenlijk niet ondersteunt. Na 5 jaar weer hetzelfde.
Dat heb ik eigenlijk altijd zoiets van. Het zou best leuk zijn als gewoon 40 of 8 kanten of zo te kijken. Die allemaal met z'n allen niet gaat tot dan komt het gaan. En gewoon die website zo lang op. Ja.
Hier zit er wel klaar.
Ja. De vorige dag was trouwens eigenlijk leuk, dan kun je snel terugkijken.
Ja.
Dus,
Ja, dat is alles op.
Ja, ze nemen alles op.
Ja, het is een livestream.
Ja, livestream wist ik, maar ik weet niet, het is niet dat ook op.
Ja, ik kijk het vanuit de livestream. Ja, dat is al YouTube. Dat is altijd
Ja, ja.
daarna.
daar kun je ook uitzetten.
Ja, precies. Dat deden wij met ingewikkeld sessions ook. Goed wel jongen. Ze komen allemaal alsnog straks binnenkort op YouTube.
Oké.
We gaan er een stukje mee gestopt, maar ja, we kunnen kennis niet verwerken dan.
Ja.
Dus gaan ze allemaal binnenkort publiceren en zo.
Het is niet een idee waar ik denk dat je PHP Amersfoort te gaan.
Ja, er is wel eens een bepaalde route geweest ooit. Er is live gestreamd, er is opgenomen en dan achteraf gepubliceerd. Maar het is gewoon heel veel werk. Zo niet dat een deed die af en toe minder tijd.
Ja.
Dus ja. Kijk, als iemand voor mij kan zorgen dat ik gewoon volledig inkomen heb aan dat soort dingen regelen, dan wil ik dat met alle liefde ook wel gaan regelen.
Okay, hello everyone. Welcome to this talk about domain-driven design. What is domain-driven design? Let's talk about that. But first, let me introduce myself a bit. My name is Stefan Koopmanschap. I've been a software developer with PHP for over 25 years now. I started back at the end of the 90s with PHP 3. How many, let's do a raise of hands. How many of you have actually worked at PHP 3? How many of you still think back fondly about those times?
Yeah, right.
Yeah. No, I mean, to be fair, PHP 3 was fun. It was a lot of fun because it was my first real programming language, aside from QBasic. But if I look at where PHP is right now, as opposed to back then, right now is the better place to be. So over the years, I've also worked with the domain-driven design in several different projects, several different variations of domain-driven design. And that's, at some point I was like, okay, this is actually pretty cool, but there is so much in domain-driven design, and as a developer, we focus a lot about how do we apply this to our code base. But there is a part that we always forget, and that is the part that I'm going to be talking to you about today. So not a lot of code, but actually the more important part. Oh yeah, guess who am I in this picture? Does anyone want to guess? Nope. Nope. I'm this one. That was me back in the very early days when I was not doing anything with software development yet. So, anyway, let's talk about domain-driven design, or DDD for short. It's been becoming more popular in recent years. It's been around for a while now, but in the past couple of years, especially in the PHP world, I've seen it pop up a lot more. At some point, there was even a domain-driven design conference. I think it's still there, somewhere in Belgium every year. And I come into a lot of companies as an external contractor. I come into the company and I think, okay, let's see what they're doing here. So I encounter a lot of different projects, and some do DDD and others don't do DDD. And the fun thing is that there are so many different ways of using domain-driven design. So it's always a bit interesting to see how do they do it here. And during the preparations, I found out that actually doing it is maybe even easier than explaining what it's about, and also determining what do I want to talk about. And as I mentioned, I'm not going to talk a lot about code because the code part is usually something that you can easily find. There's tons of examples online and things like that. But there's another part that is very important that a lot of developers either ignore or forget about or don't even read about because it's not about the code. And that's what I want to talk about. It's very important to realize that domain-driven design is not about software development. It's not called domain-driven development. It's domain-driven design. It is about understanding what you want to build before you build it. And that's why I was really happy with the keynote this morning. Everyone was at the keynote this morning, right? When she was talking about connection. Because that is actually what domain-driven design is about. It is about connection between a developer and the people that are going to use it, and the organization that is going to use the software, things like that. And of course, some of the concepts of domain-driven design will actually be, you can see that in your code, and you will be using a lot of that while you are developing. But it starts already before you start developing. That's when you need to understand, okay, what is this about? So let's first look a bit about where does DDD actually come from. It was first introduced by Eric Evans. Eric Evans wrote this book. the Blue Book, it is called these days. The official title is Domain-Driven Design, Tackling Complexity in the Heart of Software. So yes, it is related to software, but it's not related specifically to development. And that was not actually the start of domain-driven design. It's more that Eric Evans was the first one to actually put it into a book. And people thinking, okay, this is quite nice. He'd been working on very big, complex software projects for a long, long time, and he'd seen a lot of different ways of working, dealing with the complexity. And at some point he was like, okay, I'm going to put this down into a book. And that's where it started, or at least that's where people started talking about, okay, this is actually a pretty cool thing. But a lot of people were, they started reading the book and they were like, okay, but this is very dry reading. It's very hard to actually read this software. And how can I then, after reading this, apply this in my projects? And there was one person that said, okay, I'm actually going to do something about it, and that was Von Vernon. He wrote the Red Book. And the Blue Book and the Red Book together these days are basically seen as the basis of domain-driven design. This one is a bit more practical. It's called Implementing Domain-Driven Design. And actually, I tried reading the Blue Book. I actually read the Red Book. And I would recommend, if you want to read up on domain-driven design, get this one first and start reading this one, because it's a bit more practical. And then, if you have the money and the opportunity, get the Blue Book as well, more as a reference. Because there is a lot of stuff in here that references the Blue Book, where you want to sometimes have the Blue Book to see, okay, where does this come from? What was the original thought about this? So the combination of these two is fantastic. These days there's also a Green Book, which is also about domain-driven design. I haven't actually read that one. I've seen some mixed responses to that one. Some people think it's a bit confusing, but it's also, I think it's called Domain-Driven Design Distilled, and the distilled part says, well, it's a little less big as these two books. And there's tons of other books, of course, so there's enough reading material about this. So that was the Red Book, yes. Okay. Okay. So, domain-driven design, it comes from complex software. That's what we've now determined. And that means also that if you consider looking at domain-driven design, then you have to realize, okay, so this is something that you usually apply to big, complex software projects. If you're going to build a website for the small store on the corner of the street, then you probably don't need domain-driven design. But even if you don't need full-on domain-driven design, it's still possible to read up on it, because there's a lot of elements there that you can use for any project. It's like Scrum. Scrum also, you don't have to do everything that's in the Scrum book. You can just pick some stuff out of there that's interesting. If the only thing you need is a daily moment to synchronize the team, then you can do the daily stand-up, and you can forget about sprints, and you can forget about refinements and things like that. And it's a similar thing with domain-driven design. You can take specific parts out of those books that you can apply to your project. In the end, look at your organization, your project, and see what you need and use what you need. You don't have to do everything. Now, I started by saying that in essence, domain-driven design is not really about development, about software development, and I want to expand on that a bit more. I've worked in development-related jobs for over 25 years now, and the biggest challenge that I've encountered in all those years has never been the technology. There's always been a solution, a technical solution to any problem that I've seen. Yes, some solutions might be complexer than the actual problem. That happens. But the technology has never been the limiting factor. The limiting factor in a lot of projects has been communication. And this is also why I referenced the keynote from this morning, because that connection is missing in a lot of the projects. Even between different developers in the same team, sometimes people use different words for the same thing. And if you don't understand what you're talking about, you can never build a good solution to the problem. So communication is really important, and I've said it before and I'll say it again forever. Communication is the most important skill for a software developer. Because, of course, you need to understand what you're doing with your code, but you need to understand first what you need to do with your code before you actually start coding. And, well, I already mentioned sometimes different people use different words for the same thing. And this is one of the most important things where domain-driven design comes in. When we think about software, we think about models and views and controllers and services and whatever technical jargon that you can think of. And we sometimes are even very creative in coming up with very fancy names for things that are actually really, really simple. And if you think about an e-commerce project, you can talk about checkout flow, but you can also talk about the payment flow, and you can talk about, well, there's like tons of different words to basically describe the same thing, and that is, I have something that I want to buy and I need to input some information and make a payment. That's basically it. And one thing a lot of software developers have, and I definitely am also guilty of this, is that we also always think that we know the best. We know better than anyone what we should name this. And of course, I name it differently than you do, and you name it differently than you do. But we all think that we know the best, and we should use my word and not his word, or that, yeah. But if we do that, if we start thinking of our own words and our own terms and our own language, then we create a disconnect between us and the rest of the world. So instead of thinking up our own terms, why not use the terms that the user uses? Because then when you're talking to a user, you're talking about the same thing, and you understand each other better. Now this is where domain-driven design comes in, because domain-driven design says, before you start working on something, you have to actually determine what you are talking about. In domain-driven design, we call that ubiquitous language. And ubiquitous language is basically a sort of a dictionary of, if we talk about this, then we mean this part. And if we talk about this, then we mean this. And if everyone agrees on this terminology, on this dictionary, then we all talk about the same thing. And these same words we can then use in our code, so that even when we're reading our code, we still talk about the same thing. And we keep understanding what we are talking about and what we are actually working on. And another advantage of this is that we as developers start understanding the domain, the problem domain that we are working on better. Because now, instead of immediately in your head you have a picture of how can we solve this problem, you now first think about what is actually the problem, and then you can start solving it. And I've used the term domain, and the domain is of course also part of domain-driven design. So what is a domain? Because even DDD has its own ubiquitous language, a set of words that everyone uses. A domain is basically, well, let's start with Eric Evans. Eric Evans said this: a domain is a sphere of knowledge, influence, or activity. The subject area to which the user applies a program is the domain of the software. So basically, you build a bit of software for a user that wants to do something. That is your domain. And of course, you can add more domains or subdomains, so to create smaller parts of the bigger part, because of course if you, especially when you work on big software projects, complex software projects, then you cannot build everything at once. So you want to split it up a bit to make it easier. The smaller the problem, the easier it is to solve that problem. So you can split that down. So if you have that e-commerce example, then you have the part of the e-commerce that that shows the product, and then you have the shopping cart, which is definitely different from showing the product. And then you have that whole payment flow that we were talking about earlier. That is something different from that cart. It's a different piece of functionality. It's different from showing the product, etc., etc. And so in that way, you can split it up a bit more and make it easier to solve each of those problems. So this already adds a bit of structure to your project, and it splits up that big problem into smaller pieces of the problem. But even within a certain domain, you can add a bit more structure by creating what a domain-driven design calls bounded context. And a bounded context is basically a small piece of your subdomain that does a specific thing. So the idea is, within a shopping cart, you might have the same term for things that are have a slightly different meaning, and within a bounded context, a specific term always has exactly the same meaning. So that you make it a bit smaller, a bit easier, and a bit more clear what you were talking about. So I created this. I'm not a graphic designer, okay? You can see that clearly from this, but hopefully this makes it a bit easier. So within that webshop domain, I have two subdomains. One is the products and one is the checkout. And then within the checkout, I created two bounded contexts, and one is the cart and the other is the payment. And if I use a certain term within the cart context, then it always means the same thing, but it might be slightly different from that same term being used in the payment context. Now, when you start building software and you want to start with domain-driven design, I mean, you can make this as complex and as detailed as possible, but I always recommend to start simple. Start with only a couple of domains, maybe a couple of bounded contexts within those domains, because it's easier to split something off into a separate bounded context at a later point than it is to merge stuff back together. So start simple, and as you progress within your project, you can always split it up and make it more detailed. Okay, so if you have a definition of a payment, for instance, within the checkout domain, then you're always talking about the same thing, which in checkout is, in most situations, it doesn't actually talk about the payment itself. Because in the checkout flow, the most important piece of information that you want to know about that payment is, was the payment successful? I really do not care which credit card you used, or if you used a bank Ideal in the Netherlands, or whatever it's called somewhere else, or PayPal, or whatever. For me, as the shop in the checkout flow, the only thing I need to know is, was the payment successful? Because then I can tell you the payment was successful, your order is now done. Or if it failed, then I need to tell you, sorry, your credit card was declined, or whatever, your payment was declined, you need to pay in a different way. However, if we now move to another domain, and that's the domain of the accounting department, there it's very important for them to know about what payment method was used, what amount was paid, which bank were you using, etc., because they need to put that into their accounting software, etc. So even within different bounded contexts or different domains, you can have the same words have completely different meanings. And am I going to cheat? Yes, I'm going to cheat. I'm going to talk a bit about code or databases. You can still use, for instance, the same database table for the payment in the one and the payment in the other, but you'll use different classes in your code. Because again, in the checkout, you don't care about a lot of the data in there. So you don't need to even expose it in your code. You don't need to even expose that information in your code. You don't even want to use that because you don't need it. You only make the information available when you need it. And then in the accounting part, you have a different class for the payment that has more information available because you need it there. And this throws back again to you want to start as simple as possible. You want everything to be as simple as possible, because otherwise you get confused. Okay, so now we've heard about the domain and the bounded context and ubiquitous language and things like that, but how do we determine all of that? There's different techniques of doing that. One thing from the Blue Book that I found really interesting, and I hadn't really thought of before reading that, is the idea of modeling out loud. And the idea, it's like rubber ducking. Is everyone familiar with the term rubber ducking? Not everyone. I see a couple of question marks above heads. So the idea about rubber ducking is basically that if you're stuck on a problem, then of course you can call a colleague and explain to them, and they can help you solve the problem. But in most situations, when you explain the problem to your colleague, then you already find the answer yourself because you are talking about it out loud, and you think about it, about how do I explain this to my colleague, then you already find the solution yourself. So instead of spending time and money of this colleague, you can just explain it to a rubber duck or an elephant. And you don't spend the time and the money of your colleague. Instead, you just spend the time and the money of your rubber duck. But you probably find the solution already yourself by thinking about it, by speaking about it. And that's also the idea of modeling out loud. It's put a group of people in a room and let them talk to each other about what the process is that you need to build software for. And by them having to explain it to someone else, they start really thinking about, okay, what actually happens here? And how do I explain it to someone else? And if you then listen to them and help them to visualize basically the process that needs to be built in your software, you get a lot more information and better information than when you just ask one person to write down what they need. It's a completely different thing. And you can even repeat that process. So let them do that once, then summarize what they described, and then let them do it another time, because there's bound to be someone that says, well, you said this, but I think it's actually that, and that triggers a whole new discussion, and so you get more information about what you actually need. Another way of doing it is called event storming, and event storming is not really part of domain-driven design itself. It's sort of tightly related. It's a great way, also visually, and also an example of modeling out loud to visually, with sticky notes on a wall, create an overview of the process that you need to build. And this can be really useful also if you are the first one to solve this problem with software. So, for instance, if you want to replace a paper business process that has always been done on paper, if you want to replace that with software, let people explain what they do with that paper form that they get and how many times they have to stamp it before they pass it on to the next department, etc., etc. That gives a great idea, and the result is a full flow of a lot of events, and users, people, and etc. of what happens in that process. And that can be really useful to understand, okay, what do we actually need to build with the software? And then at some point, we need to make a map. And the map is basically, well, it's called a context map, or that's how von Vernon named it. And the idea of the context map is to understand the different parts and how they interact with each other. And von Vernon says, when you start working on your software project, the first map you create is the map of the current situation. You don't immediately start thinking of what are we going to build and where do we want to go, but you start with where are we now. And then once you start changing things, you update the map to always reflect the now. What I found is that it can also be useful to create a map of where do we want to go, where do we think we want to go, because you will figure out at some point that where you think you want to go is different from where you actually need to go. But it's still useful to have an idea of this is where we want to go, and because then you can find the road to get there. And as I said, along the road you will find out that this is not where you want to go, you need to go there, but that's okay. We can always change things. So let's create a small context map here. We have the product display, which is where we show our products to our customers. Then we have the shopping cart, and of course, when someone adds a product to the shopping cart, there is a communication there between the display and the shopping cart. So we have an arrow between those. And then once a user has added some stuff to their shopping cart, they click on checkout, and then the shopping cart has to communicate, okay, this needs to be checked out. So there is some communication there. I put an arrow there. Then once the checkout is done and someone has made a payment, then the system needs to communicate to our inventory system. These products were purchased, so they need to be taken out of the inventory so that we cannot sell them again, because otherwise we get in trouble with our customers because we're selling stuff that we don't have anymore. So there's definitely some communication there. But if we start thinking about it a bit more, if a user is in the product page of a product, wouldn't it be useful if they already knew if that product was in stock at that point? So maybe we need to have some communication between the product display and the inventory to check, is this currently in stock? Because otherwise we still get a problem because they think they can buy something and they can't. And if we think about that, we need to do the same thing at the shopping cart, because maybe somewhere in between that product was already purchased by someone else. So we also need to check when you go to the shopping cart, are these products still in stock? Are we sure? And of course we can create a reservation system that would be a different component so that we can reserve things before they are even purchased. Things like that. So you might end up with a lot more lines than you first think of at some point, because you start thinking, okay, maybe there is this option or that, or, you know. So eventually you have a big map. And now you might think, okay, now we're done, because now we have a map, we know where we want to go, now we can start coding, right? Of course we could, but no. Let's take a bit more time to refine stuff. And there is so much in domain-driven design. I'm not going to explain everything to you now because there's not enough time for that. We would probably need a whole conference for that. But I want to talk at least a bit about the certain terms that come up a lot that help you understand your processes. Domain events. This is very easy. A domain event is something that happens in your business process. So, for instance, product added to cart. That's an event. Or order confirmation email sent. That's another event. And if you start thinking about events in an event-driven architecture, when you talk code, this is basically a similar thing. You can have those events, you can use the domain events, and you can use them as events in your code base as well. And then have something, an event trigger something else. Then there is the idea of an aggregate, and this is something to really think about, because a lot of developers think very much based on their database, right? So, and that's also, if I look at a lot of frameworks, etc., in their documentation, the first thing they say is, well, you have to define the models, and the models reflect what is in your database, so you need to create a model for this, and a model for that, and a repository for this, and a repository for that. The whole idea about aggregates is basically, don't think about the database, think about the structure of your data as it is in a domain. So, for instance, if you have an order, then the order is the aggregate, because that is the main thing, right? But an order also has order items, which, if you think database, the order items would be in a different table with a relation to the order. The payments could also be somewhere else underneath the order. But an order line does not exist without an order. And a payment does not, well, hopefully it does not exist without an order. So you have a lot more data that doesn't exist without the order. So the order is the aggregate. That's the most important thing that a lot of stuff falls underneath. And then there is the command. And the command triggers an event. So for instance, we already talked about the order created event. Create order would be the command, and then that would trigger an order created event. And there is so many more terms that, and I really don't have the time to go through all of them. So definitely start reading books for that. But that process of modeling, you know, it helps you define and make and understand basically what you are working on. There's more stuff, actors, business processes, external systems that you want to somehow put into this context, things like that. There's so many more things to talk about, to think about, yeah, I cannot mention them all because we don't have the time. One thing is important though, while I was preparing this, this talk, I was talking, we have a company Slack, I was talking about, I was basically saying, I want to do this, and I want to do that, and I want to explain this. And at some point, my colleague Jaap said, well, does that mean that software development is just an implementation detail? And basically, it is literally that. Because with domain-driven design, all of the thinking is already done. Now you just need to put it into code. But you already know now what you need to put into code. You know how to name things. You know how that process works. So now it's just a matter of writing the code to do that. And I'm not saying that we're now done, after we've done all this, we'll be done with the development in a couple of days. No, of course not. But yeah, it's important to realize that it is like this. I already mentioned a bit more about the databases, and really forget about the database when you start writing, when you start doing domain-driven design. It is all about your data, about your domain. And DDD does not care if you store that into a relational database or a document database or an XML file or wherever. It doesn't really care about that. You first need to think about the data, the concept, the domain, and how you put that into code, how you put that into the database, you don't really care anymore. Yeah, you don't really care. Okay, one more thing that I want to mention that is quite useful as well is value objects. And value objects are things that you don't really need to store those as one field in the database, but you can. And one great example is a moment in time. Because a moment in time already contains multiple elements. It contains a year, a month, a day, an hour, minutes, seconds, and time zone, and etc. It can contain a lot more, but you usually want to display it in the same way, and it's easier if in your code you already define one single way of doing that, so that you don't get 3 different date representations throughout your application. You have one way of doing that. And a similar thing for people's names. My name contains of a first name and a last name. There's a lot of Dutch people that also have an infix between. But there's a lot more things that can be part of a name. For instance, a title, Sir Ian McKellen. I don't have a title, but there's people that have official titles like Sir, you have engineer, etc. There's lots of different things that can be part of the name, and you always want to display it in the same way, handle it in the same way. So put those context, put those things into a value object. That will give you a lot more clarity. How much time do I have?
Still can go on 10
Yeah?
minutes.
Oh, 10 minutes, okay, great. So, now let's look at this in a bit more practical way. Dive into the code a bit more. To be fair, as I mentioned before, domain-driven design is not about the code. So you can do whatever you want in your code. But what I've found is that there are different ways of working with domain objects versus, for instance, if you use an ORM, the ORM object. If you want to do it very purely, then your ORM, whatever you use for whatever type of database you use, that part of the code is completely separated from your domain code if you want to do it very purely. But that is a lot of transforming from one to the other and back, etc., etc. And that can be a lot of work and add a lot of layers of code that, depending on how big your project is, you don't want to add that. There is another way, and that's called interfaces. You can define basically the domain part of your code. You can define those in interfaces and then implement those interfaces on your whatever ORM you use, the classes for your ORM. So you define the domain, the behavior that you expect for that class in an interface. You type it on the interface. So that still, in the domain or application part of your code, you don't officially directly use the ORM library that you use, but in practice, it's actually just the ORM classes that you use. But since you use the interfaces, you don't see that. And that will really lower the complexity of your software and still implement domain-driven design in your code. I don't know how many people here remember the good old days where the controller part of our application was this long. I definitely did that. And these days we say, well, the controller should be very small and all of that business logic should be put into, a lot of people call them services. Domain-driven design also has a similar concept of a service, which is basically a class with logic in it. The logic is not specifically related to one domain object, but when you need to do something that is related to several different domain objects, so you cannot put it into one specific domain object, then you can create a service and execute that logic there. Now the term service, to me, it doesn't really say a lot. I'm very much used to working, for instance, with Symfony, and Symfony also has the idea of a service, but what is a service? It doesn't say anything. So even when you create services, I personally would say, well, you can call it an order service, but what does the order service do? It doesn't tell me anything. So think about the name that you do. If I create a service specifically for processing an order, then you can call it an order processing service. That already tells me a bit more of what happens inside that class. But what does that service even mean in that name? I could also call it the order processor. It's even more descriptive and it's exactly the same thing. So think about the naming and you know, if you create service classes, don't use that service. It doesn't tell you anything. So now, we mentioned the events earlier, the domain events. We can, now I already mentioned, a lot of software these days, a lot of frameworks, etc., they have a kind of event system built in. Please use that. Please don't create your own event system. Most of the times you can map those events, literally, the domain events, literally into classes that you use with your framework, with your CMS, with whatever software you use, and just trigger those events, and then listen to those events with a piece of code that actually does something after that event is thrown. That makes it a lot easier. And of course, then, if you do that, then one event can be handled by something like the order processor, and the order processor can trigger something else by throwing another event. So you get a full event-driven system, but you still understand what's happening. And that's really useful, because you use the naming that we defined earlier, right? And that makes it a lot easier to understand what's happening, and you can see the flow by looking at the events. There is also sometimes some confusion. How many people here use Doctrine? Yeah, quite a few people. There's a couple of names that are a bit confusing between DDD and systems like Doctrine or other ORMs. For instance, entities is a great example. An entity in Doctrine represents the database table. And I already mentioned earlier that you do not want that relation between your domain and your database, because it's two completely separate things. And the same thing happens with repositories. In Doctrine, a repository is something that you can get data from, but you can also usually use it to store data, things like that. A repository in a DDD context is where you fetch your aggregates from. So you also do not, talking about those orders, you do not have a repository for order lines or a repository for your payment or whatever. You just have the order repository, and you fetch the order from there, and that's your aggregate that contains all the data that you need. So that's important to realize. This is a slightly different thing, even though we use the same name here. Now, there's a lot more to cover about domain-driven design. As I said, much more than we can handle in this talk. And I realize that this can be a bit overwhelming, especially when you're new to domain-driven design. So I would say, if you're interested in this, then get the books, especially the Red Book. That will help you a lot to get you on the way with domain-driven design. And if you're in your research mode, have a look at other things that are related to DDD, but not specifically DDD. Things such as a hexagonal architecture can really help understand how you should structure your code. And that really supports the DDD approach of separating your code into different layers, including the domain layer. CQRS, event storming, that's a lot of terms that I'm just throwing them out there, and you have to do your own research on that. Oh, do your own research, okay. And, well, as I said before, get that Red Book, and if you have the opportunity, get the Blue Book as a reference, because these two books are the basis of DDD, and they will explain you a lot about what is the thought behind domain-driven design. But there's also some really interesting blog posts. For instance, Mathias Bolt, I think he was here yesterday doing a workshop. No, he wasn't? Yeah, he was, yeah. He published some interesting blog posts on how to do DDD in PHP. There is a book on Leanpub called Domain-Driven Design in PHP, which can be interesting. Well, there's a lot more resources. And the great thing is, I created a URL for that. This links basically to a lot of information about domain-driven design. So if you take a picture of anything I did in this talk, take a picture of this one, because this URL is the URL that's going to help you find a lot of resources about domain-driven design. So that's it. Any questions? Let's go back to the... I have to do them all by... Okay. Almost there. There we go, sorry. Any questions? Yes? What is the difference between a context map and a domain model? So the domain model is a very specific thing, like or a very specific concept of within your domain. And the map is actually more of an overview of all these different things that you have and how they work together. So the domain model is very much a detail, where the map is more zoomed out, basically. Any more questions? No? Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Stefan. I don't know if you drink alcohol.
Not right now, but
Okay, it's already getting later in the afternoon, and we already have the next inspiration session again. This time, a very popular subject, AI, and what can we do with it? We planned for 3 speakers. Unfortunately, Boris is sick, so we wish him very well at home. But we are very lucky that we have 2 great speakers about all the experience with AI and what we can do about it. Warm welcome for André and Thomas.
Thank you, everyone. My name is Thomas, and I want to introduce and talk about the co-writer extension for Typo 3, and I also want to talk about models in general, how they help us, what can we do with us, a bit about OpenAI, and yeah, let's start. I think every one of you remember about the hype about ChatGPT at the end of 22. They launched her great GPT large language model, and they also launched ChatGPT. ChatGPT was a great tool. It had a big hype around. We could all create texts in just some seconds about every topic we want to talk about. And some months later, we thought it would be cool to bring this also to Typo 3. In general, ChatGPT is just a commercial, a demonstration on how great and how big their large language models are. And we think, okay, this would be very cool to have in the backend of Typo 3. So we just put out an extension who bring their API to the backend of Typo 3. I also talked about that, and you may use, does any one of you used the co-writer extension already? So no, so it's good. I have a little demonstration here. So you have your CK editor in the Typo 3 backend. You can just click on the extension button, and it will, then you can put in your prompt. You don't have to use a real prompt. You can just say, write about the world or plants or Typo 3 or whatever, and it will generate the text for you. As you would do if you have to write your text on your own. Yeah, and then for somehow like a year, it was very quiet around the co-writer. Many people say, please bring it to Typo 3 version 12. But as you know, the CK editor changed a lot between 11 and 12, and so we had a lot of stuff to do to bring it to the 12, but we did it. And one of the most important changes we bring to the co-writer was we gave you the ability to change the endpoint of the model. Until Typo 3 version 11 and the co-writer version 1, you have to use OpenAI. And now you can just take your own model if you have one. Yeah, but it's still on pre-release, so it's not stable at the moment and not production ready. Why is it that? At the moment, we have to allow unsafe inline JavaScript to bring the credentials of your model to the backend. And this cool buttons, this dialog for the CK editor, there isn't at the moment in Typo 3.12. So we had to put in some workarounds at the moment, but it works. And yeah, the most important features of the new co-writer version 2, I already mentioned it. It's support for Type 3 version 12, version 13 also, and we don't need OpenAI anymore. But you can still use OpenAI. OpenAI had many great tools. It had this big GPT models. They are amazing in generating text. They are also amazing in evaluating texts. They have this Dolly model. It's very great in generation images. And the API of OpenAI has the Whisper model. Its main idea is bring speech to text. But there are many people who use it or use it in a professional way are struggling a bit with using the OpenAI API because there are still some unclear copyright rights. Who owns the texts which are generated by OpenAI? Do you own it? Does your customer own it? Does OpenAI own it? OpenAI is also a bit known in changing APIs without no time. They change it from one day to the another one. And you or your customers, you lose a bit your data sovereignty. So especially if you start to train your models, you give them much stuff of internal knowledge of your company. You maybe, if you want to you maybe give them knowledge about your customers, personal data of your customers, and you don't want to give that to a company, and you don't know about what the company will do with it. So it would be much cooler to use the co-writer and to use your own model on the other side. And you don't have to use the OpenAI API anymore. We tried a bit, we played around with some open source tool, we put some open source tool together, and yeah, we are on a good way to completely go away from OpenAI. At the moment, we can put up our own model, we can set it on every environment we want, as soon as the performance of the environment fits. And yes, we have the co-writer as an application to use it. At the moment, it's not yet trainable. We are working on it, and it maybe took some days or weeks until we can train the model too. How did we do it? Yeah, I also said we needed some OpenAI tools. Let us use this test stack from left to right. At the moment, we host it on AWS and EC2 G5 cluster because we need the GPUs just to get the performance like OpenAI has it. Our models, we play with two different models. The first one is the Llama model. It's an open source model from Facebook. And the next one is a model from Mistral AI. It's from the French company Mistral. It's a bit better than Llama, and currently we use it. We played with a lot of runtime environments, like the Llama CPP. It's a runtime environment for models. You can use both Llama and Mistral, virtual LLM, and a lot of more. We tried all of them. Virtual LLM is at the moment the best we have, but the others work more or less good too. We use NVIDIA's CUDA. CUDA is an API, very close to hardware API. It allows you to bring some calculations usually your CPU does to the graphic, to your GPU. It's way faster. And all this stuff is glued together with some Python scripts. The World tool still uses the OpenAI, so it's okay for us to change between our model and OpenAI, because every application we write can use the OpenAI API and talk to our model or talk to OpenAI. It doesn't matter for us, and we can put our model to every application that uses the OpenAI at the moment. And yes, our co-writer, our application itself, is a plugin for the CK editor in Type 3, and it's written in TypeScript, and PHP. In future, for the training, we want to use TensorFlow, and we are still working on it. I can't say much about it at the moment. And yes, I have prepared a little video. I hope it's large enough. Maybe not, but I have it here too. So it's in TypeScript 12, and as I said, we don't have this dialog option at the moment in the CK editor. So we had a workflow in writing your text, then you mark it with your mouse and press the button, and after some more seconds, the text is generated. At the moment, we are about 30 tokens per minute, so it's around 120 words, characters per minute. And yes, with the generated text, you can still work in it. You can remove text, add text. You can do whatever you want with the text it's generated. And if you think, okay, something is missing, please write more text. You can just use it again. You mark the text. You mark the new text, as it should do in this video soon. You can press the button again, and the next text is generated in some seconds, I hope. Yes, it should be. Yeah. So, and yes, that's it. In general, this is the co-writer extension at the moment, and our model. So, and yes, that's for me. Thank you. That's the co-writer extension. Thank you for your attention. Do you have any questions? Okay. Yes?
Can you show the prompt settings in the backend for co-writer?
I just understand you. Can you use the mic?
Can you show the prompt settings in the backend?
No, I just have a working live demo at the moment. So, I'm sorry. Yes, another one. Okay, thank you. Yes.
Surrounding for this, or can you use a co-writer extension in every Type 3 installation?
If it's okay for you to use OpenAI as the mod in the background, you can use it in area Type 3. 11 or 12 at the moment. Yes. So, thank you.
So, can you hear me? 1, 2, 1, 2, test, test. Okay. Hi, I'm André. I'm from the Auto Dudes. Your companions who working on automatization for annoying work every day. And we want to add AI power to Type 3 as well, and we do other stuff like the co-writer does, but the co-writer, I have already used it, and Yeah, I find it great in version 11, this was. And we have a plan to publish the AI suite for Type 3. So we are not limited to AI. There are topics or issues which doesn't make sense to do with AI. Translation, for example, because you cannot rely on it. So the AI suite. First of all, we saw tools like Durable or WordPress Elementor does have such features, or Ionos does bring up features which generate a whole website for you. All the stuff, all the image, the design, but I don't know really if the design is generated, but it generates the whole website. Did any one of you tested such a tool? No. Okay. Well, as a freelancer, I'm working for small business customers, and at this point, because yes, you know how hard it is to get content from small business customers, or in general content from customers, I had a question: should I switch to such a tool? Or should I stay with Type 3? So, first of all, I want to talk a little bit about AI. So, the current models does calculate what you want to hear. They do not tell the truth about it. So, you need some expert who validates the result, text, image, stuff like that. And currently, it does not generate something new. It has training data, and this training data could be refactored, but it cannot add new value to it. And it cannot know the deep insights about your customer's company or your company, or your unique selling proposals, stuff like that. From where should it know? And so we need to add new value, or to add a real value to your content on your page. You need humans. So I often see this quote on the internet. Someone here who knows this quote? I will say, to replace programmers, designers, and agencies with robots, clients will have to accurately describe what they want. We are safe. Yeah, I think it's important to know when to use AI or the AI suite and when not to use. The second is really important. So you can use it to get fast started, get first ideas, get more ideas on something, reduce the boring stuff, and yeah, the AI suite is first place for editors, agencies, and a little bit for developers, but I show you that later. And if you're generally not allowed to work with OpenAI, for example, or US tools because of compliance rules, well, yeah, you cannot use these tools if you have no own model on that. And the big thing I hope every one of you is aware of is if you use personal data, sensitive data, like medicine data or something like that, you have to really take care to not put that in such a tool, because you don't know what it does with it. And also sensible data, or yeah, things like how to create an atomic bomb, or yeah, the Ukrainian war, something like that. You are not allowed to generate with the AI things. So I want to show you our construct on the AI suite. First of all, we worked with OpenAI, and after that we saw, yeah, okay, there are other models which does the job much better, like DALL-E. Well, DALL-E improved really good in the last time, but you mostly take Midjourney, for example, and we want to add more and more models on that, so you can use multiple models, things like DeepL, Google Translate, all this stuff. So, but if I tell you where you can use the AI suite, but you have to collect 10 API keys, what do you say? You would say, no. This, I don't go and collect all those API keys, this is pain. So we thought about how can we achieve that it's really easy to use that. And so we decided to have those free client which you can download on the extension repository or packages, whatever. And this client will talk to our server, and you need only one API key with that. And our server will talk to multiple external services, and you do not have to take care about that. And then we thought, okay, so the services cost money, and and we have to ship the API key anyway, so we decided to have a little shop, and there you can have a little single API key, and with this one API key you can use all the features we put inside that. So what is the benefit? Yeah, you get project faster done because you have to insert things like lorem ipsum. You can have more ideas. You do not have to do the boring stuff. You do not need to have multiple API keys, as I said. And yeah, the thing is, you do not have to give your credit card of data to a company outside the EU. So it's really easy to get started with that, install the extension, get the API key, insert the API key, and go for that. So some of you will have the question, okay, for what do I pay then? So currently, you can, it's like a prepaid, you have a budget, you add that, you pay for that, and then you have requests, and you pay for request, which is currently as cheap as possible, because we want to enable you to use this extension and try it. And give us feedback what you are missing on that. So our key motivation is build smaller websites faster, get your own projects faster done, and we think with your feedback it could be more cool than it is actually. And finally, we want to push type 3 in the end, because as I said, there are lots of other tools which can do that. A little roadmap, what you can expect from us in the near future. We want to publish that extension the next days, but we're fighting against German bureaucracy, actually. And yeah, the Midjourney should be added. This is nearly done. Then we want to add video generation, also with stable diffusion, sorta, and in the long run, we also think about providing an own model. So this is maybe data privacy better for some companies. So since I had last time a little time problem because requests take some time, I have prepared some screencast on it where you can see the current features. So imagine a type of 3 backend, which with the AI suite, you can create page tree structure, for example. If you start with a small customer, you maybe want to create a page tree structure in the front. So you can make a request, you can restructure it, you can add some own sites on it and edit and all the things, and in the end you can create that structure, and you see in the left side the structure is here. You can create directly in the new content element wizard, text image for example. You see the fields where you can choose, for example, background image or header image, all that stuff. You can disable that and do a request, and you get an answer with the header, with the text, with the image. You can choose the name of the file and add it to your content like that. If you have added content, you can have also this generate image button directly in the image tool, and if there is content on your page, you can generate SEO titles or descriptions. Like you can see here, you directly can add that to the Twitter and Open Graph tags, so you do not have to copy that over there. Yeah, also the description. So, and you can see those stuff is there. Yeah, the image generation button directly on the image thing. Here a little preview to see the Midjourney test is it was there, but actually it's reverted, so you can create any image you want. And we have some first feature for developers. Maybe some of you a developer and translated a XLIF file. So we added here something which you can translate that really fast with a click, can validate it, and you do not have to do that boring stuff as a developer. And yeah, that is what it currently provide. And yeah, this is our website, and yeah, this is the AI suite and the current state of it. So this is my colleague and Manuel and me, and we are working on that AI thing. And if you want to get in touch with us, there's also a Slack channel it's called AI Suite. When you want to have maybe a demo account, we have a demo system where you can test it currently, because it's not public yet, but we try to get it published in the next days. Maybe next week, if everything goes the right way. And yeah, that's it for the first thing. Are there any questions? Well, I think there is some time left, since Boris couldn't be here today. I can show you if you want some live demo. Are you interested? Okay. So, this is the AI Suite backend module, where you can do not a lot of things, but the things you actually do not have, and you see how many requests you have. And when you buy an API key, you first get 15 requests for free, so you can play around a bit. And yeah, so what we can do, for example, we want to create a page tree. For example, maybe for the webcam Venlo or something like that. For the webcam Venlo for next year maybe. So here we can choose on which page this structure should be start. And if we request that, you see this will be generated. Take a moment, and this is one problem with with AI. Sometimes you get not a good result, so maybe you have to create that one time once more. So create page structure for webcam Venlo in I think this should work. Otherwise, I would take another example. No. No. Maybe that's the point. For the website of a Type 3 camp in Düsseldorf, maybe this will work. Maybe webcam Venlo was too specific on that. No, it hates me. So, or a soccer club. So, but this should work.
Stored when it finally is there.
Well, actually, it's not stored anyway. So. This is maybe a demo effect, so I can tell you that, can show you then that you can add here things like a program and that, and can add something like a speaker. So like a speaker. And you can restructure that, so you can hide the buttons here. You can restructure it inside, outside. So you can build really fast a new structure for a website. And since I said I want to have that under the Startseite, homepage in English, so I can add that here, and you see the new pages are there, and also the slugs are generated automatically here for you. So when we come to this, we can add some content. Maybe we can have a text image, for example. Oh, the wrong button. The AI suite adds a tab here, and if you use this one, you will get all those features to add or to generate it with AI. So, for example, text and image. Then you will switch over to the AI suite, and then you can choose your model. Actually, it's OpenAI and DALL-E. I disabled the background image because two images would take very long, actually. So, and we do not have that much time, because I want to show you something more about website of a Type 3 camp, right about the topic program. So now I request that. You see I had requested the header, the subheader, the text, and the image. These fields are automatically added because of the TCA configuration. So image has the configuration of an image, and so the AI suite detects this field, and you can add an image there. So, and also for RTE or CK editor fields, it knows, okay, the text should be in the field with the RTE or the CK editor field. So we see there's a nice picture about type 3. We choose here any title, what we have. We can regenerate it, but I don't want to stretch the time here. So, and after that I have everything here I need, and I can generate a second picture, like, what can I say, programmers talking together. So there you get the multi-step wizard, and after a while you will get some image on that. So, okay, diversity is on, nice. So, and then, yeah, you can add that. And as you can see, your image is here, and you can go on working, and yeah. So, we can, yeah, do some. Yeah, and this, you see it works. So, and what we also can do is to show that we can, for example, an accordion, and I just try to make it a little bit faster. For website over about the topic frequently asked questions. So now it will take a little bit longer because we have an accordion item, and that accordion items. The accordion has items, so every item has to be generated. And as you can see, okay, I don't know if this is a good picture, so, well, maybe it doesn't fit my needs, but I see the accordion items and I see, okay, it has, yeah, demo effect. There's no useful content inside. So imagine there is useful content. You can also add that, and you have those frequently asked questions on that. So, yeah. So also the page properties, as I said, you can generate that this one needs some content on the page to get the context, and yeah, if there is no content, how should it, yeah, sum up what is inside the page? So yeah, type 3 camp program also. So, and you see it's also there. Can generate images. Yeah. So, since I think you're more the developer guys, so I would show the development feature that this really works. Currently, XLIF files translation. You see something coming soon. Some ideas here. So you can add your extension key here. In this case, it's the AI suite. I just prepared a file. It's called, yeah, how it's called? This one. So I take the name. I choose a language like German. So here I can say translate only the new things which aren't translated yet, or translate the whole file. Yeah, the file doesn't exist, so this would be the same actually. And if I say translate, so this went to Google Translate currently. We're working on a DeepL API. Also, you can see the keys here, and you see the translation, and then you can edit, you can validate it. And if you said, okay, write to file system, you can see there's a new file which has the content we created now. So this and this automation stuff is what we add in additional work, despite AI things for your editors. Yeah. Any questions?
To give some more instruction to the prompt itself.
Yes.
So like as a user or as a helpful
Yeah.
assistant.
Yeah, you can.
Configure that in code or in the installation itself, or how do you do it?
You can add that, and this is the one thing. And the second thing we working on is we want to provide some prompt templates where you can have, I don't know, something like a drop down, and you can say, okay, yes, I want to use this one or that one, but you can also work on maybe on your own pre-configurations. This is a feature what is on our list, but actually we do that on our spare time. So yeah, and so we're moving forward. As you can see, there is something, and yeah. And the question to you is: would you use such a feature, or do you think your customers would use such a feature? This is the question, because it's a lot of work, and we ask ourselves, it's worth it, yeah. So, and that's why I'm here. Some more questions? Okay, so if you have questions during the day, come to me, talk to me. If you want to have a demo account, login, come to me. We get that done. Thank you very much.
Okay, this is actually quite funny. I'm just going to make a picture. Okay, thank you for being here, and thank you for having me over. I'm Robert. I'm design system lead for NL Design System. And yeah, I'm going to talk a bit about why we work on this project, NL Design System, and how you can benefit from some of our approaches, and how you can benefit from our work. And here we go. So NL Design System is like an open source community, a project for the Dutch government, basically, with about 650 users in Slack, but there's also a lot of people who are not in Slack, but just are on LinkedIn. So probably it's around 1,000 people. And we kind of want to work together to create a more accessible, inclusive experience for people who have to deal with the government, like citizens as well as businesses. And it's really a nice bunch of people. We work online, we work together, and we benefit from a lot of the work that we do, that we share. And it started kind of like 5 years ago. A lot of people who were working in government projects had to deal with accessibility guidelines, and they did some fabulous UX design and made some fabulous websites. And then they moved to a different employer or a different project. And then they were like, oh, we built all those nice things. And why do I have to start all over again? Because, yeah, well, I get paid for it, but also citizens kind of deserve better than this. Why don't we start to collaborate? And people started to nag their employers to, why not make this project open source? Why not share our components? Why not collaborate with other municipalities, other government organizations? And yeah, people started to kind of meet up and brainstorm about, well, let's just do this thing. We can make one big design system for the entire government, and then everything will be accessible. And if we build it, everybody will use it. It will be great. Well, it didn't really turn out that way because there are a lot of practical things that you have to fix before you can collaborate with everyone here. But we had one thing in common, and that's why we still work together after 5 years. We want to make consistently great user experiences for people who use government websites. And that's a lot of work, and it's also listening a lot to users. And like, I don't know how much of your time you spend on listening to users, but I bet it's not more than 10% of your time. We really need to involve those users, and we need to collaborate to get those insights. And yeah, it takes a lot of collaboration to take a fair share of user input to make our products. Our bunch of people, we started meeting up in real life, and then we kind of moved to Slack, online chat spaces, and now we collaborate a lot offline or online as well. Also helped, of course, by the pandemic. And basically, around the time of the pandemic, we got an innovation budget from the government, around 150K, to start a team and basically build a design system that the entire government can use. Well, of course, that really wasn't enough money to do anything really. But we made a head start, and we started to talk to everyone, like, what do you actually need to use the design system that basically other people made? And well, first of all, they said, we definitely cannot use a design system that other people make, because like, we are from Amsterdam, we have our own brand identity, we cannot use other people's design systems at all. And other people said, well, yeah, that's a great open source design system you've got there, but it uses Angular, and we use like typo3 templates or React or something else. So basically what we did with the 150K innovation budget is figure out and prototype how those people can actually work together. And that's kind of how the core team got this project up and running around 4 years ago. And the great thing is that after these 4 years, we still have a lot of people who really want to work together and reuse each other's work and build upon each other's work, instead of being like the famous person who built a component that everybody uses. So now we work to make a design system that works for a lot of organizations, and that means like solving technical problems, but as well as just people problems. How do you stay up to date with what other people make? How do you like schedule work together? How do you know who's working on what things, etc. And I've got a couple of things that I can share with you that you can also perhaps apply to your own communities. So first of all, I've been talking about design system a bit. What is a design system? So design system, first and foremost, I always say it's like a people thing. It's about collaborating and not really about setting the rules. Because a design system is not about just making one perfect thing and then everybody uses it and you will be done. It's about like the collaboration when you make a thing and you want to change it, and then how do you go about it? How do you make sure that everybody starts to use a new, better version? And to do that, you need to have trust from people that they can install the update safely, that you have made the right judgment call, that they had a say, for example. People want to be involved. And that's a big part of what a design system is. So it's not only about design, it's also just about how do you build a healthy community, how do you build trust, and how do you involve specialists. But in a day-to-day use, once you have a design system up and running, it's also a couple of practical things. So it's a design kit. If you want to make prototypes, you have a design kit in Figma, where you can make prototypes and start doing user tests already, even if you don't have an actual working product yet. And that's also, of course, what NL Design System is building. You have components for developers. And of course, every developer has their own framework, so you have to have a lot of implementations of those components. And I'll get to that, how you can make that work. And you have color guidelines, of course, and those color guidelines, like for the entire Dutch government, like we're not GovUK, we don't say like, this is the color blue and black and white, and that's about it. Those are the colors. In Dutch, we have this thing called poldermodel, which basically means nobody gets to decide what color you're going to use. So basically, that's what we're catering for. Of course, there's typography guidelines. So some guidelines are like use this font for print and this for digital products. But it sometimes also means like this is a really nice font that everybody wants to use, but it's protected, only the central government can use it. And there's also space guidelines. Space really make up a big part of your page, and space is actually pretty important to understand the page. Also for people with low literacy, it can really give a sense of hierarchy to the page. And so I made a screenshot or made a picture of a day where we just were working to fill the spreadsheet of how many pixels should be between this and that component. And basically we made a spreadsheet with like 1,000 decisions. So you probably have all kinds of different backgrounds. You might have different roles in your jobs. So why should you care about the design system? Well, one of the things is, it's more fun to work on a system. If you're just working on this one page, you might fix something or do something really nicely, but you might not benefit from it next week or like a year later when you might even forgot you made this really nice thing. A system is really nice because once you start building the system, you can use it in new and different ways, but also if you share it with others, they will use it in very new and exciting ways. For example, we shared our component library, our design kit for the The Hague design system. And like after half a year, I found out that they built an entire new product with it, where like 6 municipalities had their own My Municipality personal login space, which was fully designed based on the design system where we made an open source Figma kit. So well, that was a nice surprise. Also, it really helps if you have multiple sites that kind of need to have the same identity and the same look and feel. Even though they're on different platforms, it really helps to manage it in less time. It also helps to get the details right, and it makes it also worthwhile to get the details right, because sometimes you're like, why should I really care about this table that the numbers align really nicely? Or, yeah, when I click on reveal password, I made this thing where like the O0 is slashed, so you can really tell the difference between a 0 and an O. But was it really worth it? Like, there were so many other things to do in the sprint. But once you put it into the system, you basically make everyone benefit from this. And it becomes a much more worthwhile investment. And of course, details are nice to get right, so maybe it makes your job more fun. It also really helps to roll out design changes more quickly. So a design system is, as I mentioned, not only for having like one consistent user interface, it's also about being able to learn and to adapt to new insights quickly. So for example, we learned from user research that also low literacy users, they didn't really want to click on the red button because even though the red button, all the buttons were red, but it had to do with their income and they were kind of unsure what the red button was going to do, but it was just about going to the next page of the form. It was totally safe to use, but red had this association with danger. So once you have a design system, and I'm showing here on the right side a screenshot of a package where the design system, design sessions live. For Utrecht, we released like over 1,000 versions in the last 3 years. So that means every time we make a different decision in Figma, for example, we can quickly roll it out to all the sites that use it and deploy the latest versions of the design system everywhere. And of course, it also helps to comply with accessibility laws. So it's a lot of fun sometimes to get the accessibility thing right and make the perfect accessible component, but you probably don't have time for this all the time. So a design system is a very nice place to collect all the things where you did have time to do it in an accessible way and promote those like great versions of the implementation. And then like the things that are not yet in the design system because they weren't accessible, then maybe somebody will come along and have time in their project or have like they use something accessible in their previous projects and they know how to add it to the design system. So last year for our project was kind of interesting because we started out with a small group and this large ambition and not a lot of funding. And Amsterdam joined our project. And that was very surprising because Amsterdam is always like the folks who do their own way. And yeah, they would rather be admired than like that our open source code is used. At least that's the impression that some of us have. And well, they joined, and now they share their own NL design system components with our project and with everybody free to use. The Hague already joined like 3 years ago, but now after 3 years, they finally published their website. So not just one project, but their big main website was renewed and published with NL design system components that they made themselves and contributed. And my municipality was published, and their forms were published as well. Like 3 products, basically, with our open source components. Also, Logius joined. And Logius, we did a kickoff with them with a lot of UX designers and developers. And Logius are the makers of DDD, which is like the main login thing in the Netherlands for government websites. And like Mijn Overheid, which is like My Government, where you log in to see all your details and all your official messages. And they joined, and they're now starting their own design system with NL Design System community. And yeah, they're getting up and running. They're starting to hire people for the team. Also, open forums. This is really cool. Like, we worked together with folks from open forums for like 2 years, and now they went live with the components that the municipality of Utrecht made. So they made form components for their own website. Open forums now uses it in their product, and now everybody can use it in. Now, for example, Rotterdam. I just heard last week they went live with open forums with their own brand identity, but with the components that Utrecht made. Also, yeah. Oh yeah, of course, I know what this slide is about. So we did this large thing of user research. So we worked together with the Association of Dutch Municipalities, and they sponsored user research. We worked together with them to make like the perfect form that we worked together with a lot of designers to really tweak all the details that we thought would be best for users. And we got people who were had low literacy, who were blind, who could see only a very small bit. People who could barely use their arms, they got to use the form and fill out the form and give their feedback. And they were pretty happy with it, like really happy actually. And we had this thing on the start page where it says like it takes about like 10 minutes to fill out this form. And the screen reader user was like finished in like 2 minutes, the fastest user of all of them. So yeah, that was fun. And we also got more people in our core team. So we started out with 3 people, and now we're like heading towards 7, 8 or so. And sneak peek for this year, we're hiring a new UX designer, a visual designer, a new front-end developer. We just have a new DevOps engineer. So a lot of cool things are happening. But about that community of specialists, so who are actually working on this? A lot of people in the community have their specialisms, and we ask them basically to build the things that they need for their own projects, but share them as open source things. So if you want to build a button, for example, that's what Utrecht did, like one of the first things. They built it for themselves in a really nice, accessible way. They documented it for their suppliers to use. But they made the decision that all the colors for Utrecht were variables, so everybody could use it with their own brand. So the button code doesn't have like Utrecht blue in it or anything. You can adapt it to any brand that you want. And I'll get to that later. But that was the main, that was the trick to get other people invested in their code and make their code better. So now they also get a lot of bug fixes from other municipalities and other projects. They didn't make everything, like for example the tabs component or the accordion they use from other projects, like The Hague made the tabs thing, and now Utrecht uses it. But the biggest part of the community is like the users. They're not like a super active part of our community, they're not in our Slack, but it's the thing that makes our community so great, because because we have so many organizations working together, we actually have a lot of users that we can gather input from. So like one team might have access to like a blind user and learn a lot from this person, and yeah, this way the real strength of our community is having so much users. They listen, they talk to our UX researchers, and there are quite a lot of them. And then together with the UX researchers, we watch them use our products, and we join Miro, and we make like hundreds of sticky notes, like everything that we think should be better, all the things that didn't really work well for a user, and then we add it to the backlog. We have quite a lot of UX designers. They work together on their Figma designs. For example, they work together on icon designs, for example, and I'll get to that later. And they also made Figma designs where you can swap out the brand for another brand. So we have a lot of templates that you can load into Figma and can reuse for different projects with your own brand, which is great for user testing. We have visual designers, of course, that share their visual designs, and like color palettes, of course, are protected. Those are not open source, but they share the process of how they get to those colors. We have accessibility specialists, and of course we do a lot of testing and they write a lot of documentation. We have DevOps engineers. DevOps engineers are really nice to have in your team, because with them you can automate a lot of the testing, which really improves collaboration. So if you are really sure that you can roll out a feature quickly, for example, by spinning up a development environment or a test environment for every change that gets made, you can publish like 10 features every day. No harm done. We have content writers. So content writers are super useful to have, because we find out that if you construct a sentence really clearly, really nicely, like the understanding and the speed that people go through a page is really improved. And together with content writers and UX designers, we try a lot of different phrases. And then we also copy those phrases as a starting point for new projects. So we don't just say, oh, we copy the button and like the navigation. We also copy what is in the button, and we also copy the error message, because a lot of iterations went into the design of the error message, for example. And of course, we have some developers. So for collaboration, we try to make it very easy to collaborate, and not only within a team, but also across teams, and not only like developers, how they can collaborate with other developers, but also how you can collaborate, like how a designer can collaborate with a developer. So one of the things we do for developers is that we have a template repository. And actually almost all the teams that use it, or that joined NL Design System, use the template repository, because we have a lot of shared standards, and basically all the code looks the same, no matter where you go. If I make a bug fix somewhere, I'm not like, oh my god, how do those people write code even? This is terrible. Basically all the code looks the same across all NL Design System projects. And you get a lot of free features with it, also DevOps features. So from day one, if you fork the project, set up the publish token, you already have a publication of your component library with your example component. Which is great, because once you have an actual open source publication of your design system with your one fake component, that means you can install it in your project, and you can collaborate with the product teams. So they can already start using your very first components on the day that you start out with the template repository. And that really helps a lot, because you shouldn't build a design system in isolation. You should really build a design system and like start getting usage from it right away. Also, I mentioned designers working together with developers. Actually, who needs developers anyway? Because designers, with our setup, can even publish branches from Figma straight to GitHub, and they get branch deployments of their features. So our designers can make design changes and can say, I want to make this button look different. They push to GitHub, and they get their own storybook with their version of the new design. And that's in big part to the Figma Tokens Studio plugin. We also encourage development to work together across frameworks and templates, because a lot of design systems have documentation for just one framework. Like they figured we need to start a design system, so first thing we're going to decide which framework are we going to use, then we'll document everything in that. We went a kind of different route. We serialized all the output of the framework, and we just show the HTML code. Because if you, like, we still use React for most of our components, but if you view the source of our design system, you just get the HTML. Because that's what you can use if you build an email template or build like a WordPress template. Also, like, testing really helps with collaboration. So testing might be a boring subject, but we try to make it kind of easy. The fun thing about testing is if you do it really well and you have a like very good coverage of your design system, then it's very nice if you get pull requests with a change suggestion from somebody who didn't work on the project before, because you can just trust that they didn't break something that they didn't know about. Because for first-time contributors, it's so easy to break something. But if you have a screenshot of every variant of every component and you immediately get a message if one pixel has shifted, then you can quickly make like a first-time contributor, like an actual contributor, and see the changes live within like a day or so. And also for that to be able to review quickly, if somebody takes the time to make a pull request, you're like, oh, I really don't have time today to spin up a test environment. All our projects get branch deploys by default, so you can just quickly check out what the result is and decide if you want to merge it. I mentioned testing with screenshots. So this is what it looks like. This is a change that somebody made to the Hague design system, and you can see like they made some areas green on the right side. Those are the pixels that have shifted because of some change was made. That means if you review something, you can quickly know where did it have effect, and you can decide to approve or deny the change. So it takes quite a big step to contribute to somebody else's code, right? Like you might break something, you don't know those people, and to be able to be like a hospitable community, I would encourage you to stay vulnerable. I think this is one of the big successes of NL Design System. We're just a bunch of people, and there are some people who can do a lot of crazy stuff with code or with Figma, but you shouldn't be too impressed by them because they're actually really nice people and they want to help you out. But to encourage everybody to be nice to each other, it really helps to also make mistakes and to be able to show that you're not perfect either. So the biggest tip I can give you if you want to start a design system is start to work open source from day one. If you don't start to work open source from day one, what will happen is that you're like, oh, there's this bug, and I'm going to share this with this impressive developer or something, and yeah, I should definitely first fix this bug before we're making this project open source. Yeah, but then life happens, you won't get this bug, and there's a deadline, and you write some more crappy code, and you're thinking, like, how am I going to explain this to my friends? I'm a better engineer than this. Everybody is like this. So just start out, your project is open source, and you can improve things along the way, that's fine. Also something that I would encourage you to do is demo your progress that you have while it's still work in progress. Don't show the finished product to your community. Show the thing that while you're still working on it, because then people can start to feel involved, give you tips or feedback, and they feel like it might actually have some effect. Instead of like, oh, we just had this lounge party and we drank champagne, it was super nice. And yeah, now I started to work on this other project, and now I'm going to demo it. And by the way, if you have any suggestions, there's definitely no time and budget for it. So just stay vulnerable, demo your work in progress. Also, ask questions to the community in public channels. So I get a lot of questions over direct messages, but I try to answer them in public channels because it shows that everybody has some questions, and like our documentation isn't perfect either. So it's a good source for documentation writers to find things that are important to cover in our documentation. So yeah, if you're going to ask a question to somebody in an open source project, try to do it in a public channel. It really helps others as well to ask their questions. So what do we do to cross organization boundaries? Well, we just built upon projects that other people have made. So I mentioned the Hague project. That isn't the first thing that got forked basically in Figma. Also the municipality of Amsterdam, they built this new project for like rental agencies where they need to pay their taxes. They basically copied the designs from My The Hague and they adapted it to this new need. They made some tweaks to the design tokens, and now they made it their own project. And the cool thing is, a lot of the findings that they do have in user testing now also are learnings that are relevant for the Hague project. So maybe Amsterdam has time to do some of the improvements, but now The Hague also has the opportunity to contribute as well. One thing I really love is like spend more time with users. And user testing can be time consuming, it can be a lot of work to write up the report. It's a lot of work to like invite those people over, offer them coffee. It's like you basically need a couple of days. So you don't do it a lot. But if you do it, invite others over to their user testing. So for example, I had a lot of fun joining the bol.com user testing recently. They had a lot of blind users testing their website. And I was invited to join their user test, and there's so many things I learned. It was super interesting. But once you invest in user testing, try to share the results. And that's also what we did. We now have our like YouTube videos online with some of the most interesting parts of our user testing. We also have gebruikersonderzoeken.nl, which is like userresearch.nl. Where we publish all our user research as open source, so you can copy all the findings. Everything is Creative Commons Zero license, so if you want to make an argument in your documentation, like we made the button this way because of like what this user said, you can just quote research. You don't need to have any attribution, you can just use it for your benefit. Also for having an active community, it's important to stay informed. And we have a couple of things that work out for us really well. And one of the things is that we have our 2 weekly heartbeats. And I just realized like we started our 4th year this year of doing the heartbeat every 2 weeks, which was quite a struggle in the beginning because we just started out with this art team. We like faked it until we made it. We only had like 16 hours per week to work on the design system. That's not a lot to show amazing progress, and everybody felt like you have so much budget, and like we now expect amazing things. And we showed up every 2 weeks. We were quite vulnerable because sometimes we didn't have a lot to show for, and our heartbeats presentation was like 3 minutes. It was kind of awkward. But now everybody joins our heartbeat and shares their progress, their contributions to the design system community, shares their research, and we now even have a YouTube channel, so you can watch it from your couch if you're feeling like it. And somehow a lot of people are feeling like it because the one from 2 weeks ago had like 200 views, which is not a lot in YouTube land, but to me it's quite a lot. We have our Slack. Slack is super nice to stay in touch with everybody. And to quickly ask a question, you can do screen sharing really quickly and help somebody out. I met like hundreds of people over Slack in the last 3 years. And I can really encourage you to start a Slack, and if you're a non-profit, you might even get sponsorship, so you can even read the messages from like older than 3 months. Sometimes it's really nice like this to get together. And we do that also. We have our design reviews where like once a month we get together. This was like in the COVID period, but we now also have like a design open meetup once a month for like a day in Utrecht, very central in the Netherlands. And it's kind of nice to know who you're working with. We all have kind of the commitment to not have like not invented here syndrome. It's really nice to make your own button, but we try to reuse what's available as a first option. So if there's a component in the community that we can use, and there's a lot of them, we try to use that as even if it doesn't have all the features, because if there's a missing feature, I've got so much time on my hands because I didn't have to build a whole component. I can just make a pull request with this one feature. Also, it's really nice if you start with an existing component or existing design. You can start out with a lot of things that are in the design, a lot of value that has been captured that you might not even know about. So start with what users already like, and you might not know that this is what the users really like. But for example, we have this website here, the demo website from Open Gemeente. And there's icons in here where a lot of time and effort went into making these icons really nice. And there's also a lot of user testing for these icons as well. So the municipality of Utrecht regularly does user testing on these icons. Do people actually associate the icon with the subject of this link? And then you can decide like which is the best icon for this project or for this link. And these icons are open source, and you can download them from Open Gemeente or gemeenteniconen.nl. And that's also what Municipality of Utrecht uses, and we use in our demo websites as well. But you might think like it's just an icon, but it's also like a lot of value of users giving feedback, spending their time to get the icon right. Another reason to start out with these defaults is because there's many ways in which components or templates are accessible, which you might not even know about. So just to name a few, I'm going to give 2 examples. So one of them is forced colors mode. Like 3 years ago, I didn't realize this was a thing, but some people are like affected by light. They might feel pain if they see bright light. So they have a dark screen, and the only way they can visit websites if it's in their preferred colors. So for some people that's like super high contrast with a dark background, for others it's like a light background. And some people even need very low contrast, so they need like very dim gray text on a dark background. It takes some tweaks to your components to make this work. By default, all websites work perfectly like this. But if you start using CSS and disable borders and those things, the website might not be clear anymore. But a lot of these things are now built into the NL Design System components, and that's why it's really worthwhile to like start with the existing thing first, and then maybe adapt it, remix it. Another very surprising thing was we did some user research about how do people see your website. And we find out that like 5.8% of the website visitors for Utrecht.nl are using Google Translate. So they were wondering, like, should we spend time translating our website into different languages? Turns out people already fixed it. But if you are a developer, by default you say, I want a button on the left side. Well, the left side might be the wrong side in some scripts, like Arabic. So we rewrote all our CSS, which was a lot of work, but now it gets the border is on the side like where the text starts. So if the text direction is from right to left, the whole layout is flipped and everything works great. And even those users can use the website. And it turns out like 1% of the users of Utrecht.nl see the website like this. So what do we do to make a design system that works with so many brand identities? It works with design tokens, and design tokens are basically design decisions as code. And you start out with making a design guide of your the brand that you work on or the brand of your customer. So you make a file that has all the colors, all the fonts, all the like the things that are essential to recognizing the brand. And then you start with that. You make a file out of this. And this is like a JSON file that is being standardized. It's called design token JSON. And it can be exported to many different languages like CSS or JavaScript, Android, iOS constants, etc. You can say, like, you start out with a hex code, but then you can specify it to even more specific uses of your design system. So you can say this red goes to invalid, and then you can use it for like a border of your text box. So if you start out with like basic decisions for your design system, it looks like you just have to change the invalid color to like your brand red, or like an evil version of your brand's red. And if you want to tweak it for a text box to get higher contrast for some reason or for accessibility, you can do that with a very specific token. So basically all these parts of your design system are settings. And because all these settings are available, it allows you to collaborate with a lot of people who want to make different decisions. For people who make products, it's also nice because you can make one product, maintain one code base, and you can apply different teams for it and have like very specific options available to adjust the theming. For example, this is an old version of open forms with like The Hague, Utrecht, and the central government style. Recent designs were made because a WordPress company wants to make the WordPress customizer for NL design system. So we started to make some prototypes where you can build your own theme and just like update the website in real time. We have this demo website for gemeente example, the municipality example. And you can like change all the variables in real time, and you can change the fonts, the spacing, etc. And this is something we're working on, and we're hoping that it will help get traction like for new municipalities to join our project. We also have a lot of guidelines that you can already benefit from. So we have form guidelines and style guidelines. We have form guidelines, for example, explaining how contrast should work and how people need your, like, how you should design your forms to make them accessible. And we also have design guidelines. For example, it can show you, don't use just a red border because not everybody can see the color red. You need to make some additional designs to make it visible to everybody. I just wanted to say, just copy our guidelines, because everything is open source. You can copy it without attribution. So if you're making your own design documentation or your component documentation, you can copy all the things just straight from your website. Like we benefit if some website is more accessible because of this documentation. So feel free. And I would like to invite you to join our Heartbeat. It's every 2 weeks. You can sign up on nldesignsystem.nl, and you can see what folks from various companies and municipalities are doing. So, for example, there's Open Gemeente I know who is here regularly, and also, like, I think there are some typo municipalities as well that join the Heartbeat regularly. So, I hope to see some of you there. Thank you for listening. I think we've got time for half a question. Any questions? You can also talk to me later. No questions, no half question.
Well, he's still here, so you can ask him. Thank you, Robbert. I don't know if you drink alcohol and if you prefer wine or beer, because I have a beer for you.
I love this. Thanks.
Okay. That's for the lady.
Nice. Thanks.
Thank you for being here. Please stay in this room because we're doing a small ending section here and we will make a group photo. So please stay here and the people from the little chapel, from the wedding chapel will come here as well.
Okay, it's good to see you everybody around here. If we can just have a quick moment of silence, please. It's already 5 o'clock. It's getting slowly dark outside, but it's not finished. It's just started over here around here. The buffet is waiting in 15 minutes. I have to step back here. I would like to thank you all, visitors, speakers, sponsors, helping hands, and everybody who make this event possible. So thank you very much, and a big applause for everybody. So for the people who will not be here today, tomorrow, I wish you all a very nice way back home. I hope you enjoyed it. You got a lot of energy, but also some new curiosity and connection over here around at this event. And we hope to see you again next year in February around here. If you have some feedback, please give it back to us. Then we can improve it next time. And thank you very much for that. So we would like to end this official part right now. Of course, the party will go on over here. And before we do that, I would like to invite you all to this part over here, that we can make a good picture of everybody. Jonathan made everything ready up there, so you can really close to it. Thank you very much. Speak to you tonight, otherwise next time. Thank you very much.
Also wenn ich du wäre, so dann würde ich diesen Kerzenleuchter so in die Hand nehmen.
Some real advanced stuff, because always Jonathan was upstairs, but he will be on the picture today as well, so really started.
If he manages.
But if I may,
Yeah, we are. I see it here, so you can.
Yeah.
You can.
May I ask the first line, come forward and please step over here, because now we only see heads over there.
We can.
Yeah. Yes. There's a close connection together. Oh,
I see you are home, so you can.
Yeah? You try?
We have to be here as well.
So you make many pictures?
Yes, many pictures.
Yeah. Okay, so a big smile and a big high five. Yeah!
And
again.
And,
Hey!
One last time. Yay!
Sorry. Wait a second.
Okay, wait for a sec. Thank you all, and see you around.